The Rays have been red hot at the trop, winning 8 of 9 and fresh off a sweep of the Detroit Tigers. Tonight, Kevin Kiermaier and crew face a tough task as they open a 3-game set versus American League West leading Houston. The early schedule for the Rays has not been an easy one. Inside the East, now outside their own division, they have swept the Detroit Tigers first in the Central. And tonight, the Rays will play host to the first place Houston Astros, sitting atop the American League West. Hi again, everyone, and welcome to an evening of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard. Good weekend here of baseball, the Rays and the Astros. And a big part of what has been for the Rays, a revived offense right at the top of the order half the time, down in the middle of the order the rest of the time, Steven Souza Jr.
Consistent. I mean, he's been consistent all season long, and really, you got to love the game that he had yesterday. Another big one, 3 out of 5, a home run, 3 driven in. But Steven Souza Jr. leading this team in so many different offensive categories, and look what he's done just in the last 7 games, over 400. He leads this team in on-base percentage for the season, in batting average among regulars, runs batted in, and you can see he's moving the ball around the yard. The balls that hang, he's turning on them for power like he did yesterday. Balls middle, away, not afraid to shoot that ball into right center, right field. And guess what? So will this guy. If you talk about a quick bat, it's like he's swinging a lightsaber, and he literally is dangerous from foul line to foul line. As you see, pitch him away, he's going to go away. But I'll tell you what, over the last couple of years, you pitch him in, and he's starting to turn with power. He has increased his home run output. 24 home runs last year. Doesn't have one this year, but look at that career average, 311, appropriately enough, a 311 average this season.
And another big part of the Rays offense lately has been Kevin Kiermaier, red hot at the plate. And when we come back, Alex Cordry will take a closer look at this hot streak from the Rays center fielder. part of that. And for more on the offense and particularly Kevin Kiermaier, here's Alex.
Dwayne, Kevin Kiermaier is locked in at the plate, to say the least. He's been celebrating the contract extension he signed in the offseason with his hot hitting, and he started heating up during the Rays road trip in Boston. In 4 of the last 5 games, he's had multiple hits and is hitting over 500 in that stretch. The Rays Gold Glove center fielder went 2 for 3, hitting his first home run of the season and 2 ribbies in Thursday's win over the Detroit. So it seems like no tweaks are needed for Kiermaier's swing, and manager Kevin Cash is liking what he's seen.
He's still finding a way to get on base and help us, and obviously helped us every night on the field, but it's nice to see him get involved in the offense. I think a lot of that plays into how much success we just had over the last 3 days. When he's on base, it makes a defense, it makes a pitcher, it makes everybody kind of change and get out of their routines.
Coming off their 3-game sweep over the Tigers, and will look to keep it rolling against the Astros. Tonight is the first game of a 3-game series here at the Trop, and the Rays will send Alex Cobb to the mound, who will face Mike Fiers. Rays baseball is next on Fox Sports Sun.
The hill tonight to open the series against Houston. Making its 4th start. The Rays 3-0 on this homestand, and on the victory yesterday, a game over 500 overall at 9-8. Let's take a look at the starting lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. George Springer is going to lead it off for Houston, followed by Josh Reddick. Jose Altuve at second base, at third. Carlos Correa at shortstop hitting cleanup in front of the DH Carlos Beltran. Alex Bregman at third. Ryan McCann over from the American League and the American League East, and he'll do the catching, the veteran. Yuli Gurriel is at first base, and Nori Aoki in left field.
Taking the mound tonight for the Tampa Bay Rays, right-hander Alex Cobb. He's making his 4th start of the season, even up record ERA 4.50 in 18 innings of work. 11 strikeouts to go along with 3 walks. Let's take a look at the defense and see how it's going to line up behind Alex here. Brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. And in that outfield, left to right, we have Shane Peterson, Kevin Kiermaier, and Steven Souza Jr. Across that infield, third to first, Longoria, Beckham, Miller, and Morrison. Derek Norris behind the dish.
Well, George Springer, who leads this Houston team in home runs with 7, is the leadoff hitter. Tremendous power. High power and a high strikeout guy. And here is Alex Cobb, who did not record a strikeout in his last outing. First pitch is a strike call. Sharing the lead in the American League in home runs, Springer 7. But too wide right there. It's 1-1.
See Alex Cobb working George Springer carefully because 4 of the 7 home runs have come in this at bat.
The strike. 1-2.
It's something that you don't see very often, especially early in a game. Couple of fastballs away and then a changeup that was meant to be in, and he got it in there for a strike. Changeup in, third pitch of the game.
The line drive, base hit. Back to the wall toward the corner and left. Springer's going to wind up at second with the double.
And they tried to come back with that pitch, and that is a gutsy pitch because you've already made him aware of the pitch in. And then all of a sudden you come right back in there, and it's of the slow speed variety. And that changeup, once again, there's just no finish on it. Absolutely a change of speed, but no finish at the end. Springer able to pull the hands in and get that ball down into the corner.
See some of the frustration in Cobb.
Yeah.
After the 2-base hit by Springer. Now Reddick lifts a fly ball toward left center. Kiermaier coming in, making the call and the catch with the first out. Because as you pointed out, that changeup, that split with finish, it is a finishing pitch in more ways than one.
It's got to be driving Alex crazy. Because his entire career, his march through the minors and his entire big league career, it was all built on that split changeup being a wipeout pitch that comes out of the hand. Sure, it's got tumbling action, but it's in the zone so long. Hitters commit. It dives out of the zone. Big swing and miss pitch. And it's just not there right now, even though he's throwing it the same way. And that has got to boggle your mind. Like, it's the same grip. I feel like I'm mechanically the same, and it's just doesn't have the same action.
Jose Altuve up here with a man in scoring position. Altuve hitting .311. Turn, nothing doing back there at second base.
Well, and you can see where that changeup was. That was a go-to pitch. It was up over 50% with 2 strikes. I mean, this was a pitch you knew you were going to get. And then you see the curveball taking the place of that as far as the percentage goes. It's been a more consistent pitch.
A fastball in there for a strike. It's 1-1. And now as he will be hunting for that changeup in this outing, his 4th of the year. He's facing Altuve. You know, we talk a lot about Mike Trout, Mookie Betts, MVP candidates 1 and 2. Here's a guy you could make a strong case for. This guy, Jose Altuve, as a potential MVP candidate. I mean, just look at these numbers the last 3 years.
And look at the home runs. The 7 to 15 to 24 has not sacrificed anything in batting average or on base percentage. That's what's so impressive.
cut and a miss. So he gets a big strikeout of Altuve.
Well, and this has been the pitch. When Alex Cobb has really needed a swing and miss type pitch, it's been the curveball. This one stays in, and Altuve puts a powerful swing on it, but comes up empty, and Alex picks up his first strikeout.
2 gone with Springer on second. Carlos Correa. Takes a fastball, ball 1. Mark Carlson calling the balls and strikes. C.B. Buckner at first, Manny Gonzalez second, and Field and Colbert, the crew chief, down at third. Correa, 22 years old. It's 1-1. It up the right field side. That's going to be chased, but it's out of play. Morrison after it, but no chance.
Well, and Alex Cobb's put himself in a position. Carlos Correa, you know, a very talented young hitter, but young hitter. He will expand his strike zone with 2 strikes. He will chase breaking balls off the plate below the zone. And this is where Alex can use that curveball previous pitch and maybe try to take one just a little bit lower and see if he can entice a swing and miss. He's got the count in his favor.
They're getting time from Mark Carlson. Away, 2-2. Correa came up in June of 2015 and wound up winning the Rookie of the Year award. And it's second, 2 outs, the 2-2 pitch. And we're going to go all the way out, 3-2.
Just a little bit short with that curveball. Right idea. I like that idea by Alex. Correa is able to recognize it, take it. He had a little bit of a down year last year, Carlos Correa, but you got to remember, 22 now, 21 a year ago, and in the middle of that lineup, expected to, you know, really be a run producer at such a young age.
Well, the expectations were so high for him after bursting upon the scene in 2015 and doing what he did. I mean, you look at his numbers. He drove in over 90 runs last year in a full season. And he really found himself a central figure in this Houston lineup and on this Houston team.
Yeah.
As a young guy. He is out on strikes here. Fastball down, got him, 2 strikeouts, 1 on a breaking ball, 1 on the fastball. Rays coming in to hit. Against Houston tonight, in the lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Corey Dickerson leads it off, followed by Kevin Kiermaier and then Evan Longoria. Brad Miller, the cleanup man, in front of Steven Souza Jr. and Logan Morrison. Derek Norris hit 7th, Shane Peterson 8th. Tim Beckham, the shortstop, in the 9th spot.
Taking the mound tonight for the Houston Astros, right-hander Mike Fiers, making his 3rd start of the season. It'll be interesting. He's not an overpowering guy, finesse-type pitcher, and he hasn't pitched in 9 days. He was skipped last time through the rotation, so that will be something to watch for early on. How sharp is he? Let's take a look at that Houston Astro defense and see what it's going to look like as it lines up behind him. Brought to you by Golden Diamond Source. In the outfield, left to right, we have Nori Aoki, George Springer, and Josh Reddick. Across the infield, 3rd to 1st, Alex Bregman, Carlos Correa, Jose Altuve, and Yuli Gurriel, with Brian McCann behind the plate.
And a great start for Dickerson, leading off the DH. The first pitch is a strike, and we will see that Fiers is not overpowering. That fastball upper 80s, and he will be judicious with location and the frequency of that fastball.
That's why you think about sinker ballers and finesse pitchers want and need regular work. And so when you go a good length of time, I don't care how many bullpens you throw, I don't care if you even throw a simulated game, it's difficult to maintain that edge that, allows you to locate and command that fastball, because if he does not, he becomes very hittable. We all do.
It's foul the other way, and the count is still 2 strikes. I've had sinker ball pitchers say that if they go out there and feel too strong, they throw right through the sink.
Yeah.
Or at least the desired sink on that fastball, and it doesn't sink much at all.
You get some arm side run, but it stays same plane. Same plane gets hit hard.
A ball, 2 strikes.
Fiers, he's more of the four-seam, keep it straight but move it around the zone, and then obviously the curveball on top of that. Big pitch for him. Slider split too.
2-2. .322 start for Dickerson. Slugging over .570. On base over .360. So he has taken to that leadoff spot. And he starts to go, but checks. Pitch upstairs. Foul back. Well, Dickerson in the leadoff role, seeing a number of pitches. This will be the 8th to the leadoff man. And a long one deep down the right field line. That baby is gone. Fair, deep, and gone down the right field line. 1-0 Tampa Bay. Fourth home run of the year for Dickerson.
And what a blast. Working the at-bat, seeing a lot of pitches, and obviously in a full count, Fiers has to come out over the plate, and Corey Dickerson obliterates this fastball. Mislocation, and see you later.
Yeah, you saw McCann start to reach back out over the plate. Dickerson hits it out. Now Kiermaier bunts right back into the screen.
That's
21st home run for the Rays this year.
And that's what we talk about with Fiers. How sharp will he be early? You know, there's a full count fastball he's trying to throw away. It ends up middle in. Well, he doesn't locate his fastball. It's going to get barreled. That's what happened. He's another guy, too, that has really struggled so far this season the first time through the order, which bodes well for the Rays because we know that they've been getting off to some pretty quick starts.
1-2. Early and often the mode for this offense so far this year for the Rays. They've now scored 32 runs in the first or second innings this year. It's 2-2.
It's been impressive because you've had a few games where pitchers have been really sloppy in the first, and the Rays have taken advantage. But then most of the other games when they've been scoring runs, it's their approach. Really good game plan against these guys and what they're trying to do early.
Kiermaier's out on strikes.
And what can you say about Dickerson leadoff role, Souza Jr. leadoff role?
Yep.
I mean, it is really like that opportunity and being put in that position and being challenged there has really driven those guys.
Great power in that leadoff spot, but as we mentioned, Dickerson's on base percentage being .365, and Souza Jr.'s is .438.
Yeah.
So power and frequency of reaching. It's a great combo anywhere, but certainly if those are your two leadoff guys setting the stage. 1-0 pitch. Longoria towers it back into left. Aoki is there and makes the catch. He staggered under it there for a moment, trying to locate it, and made the catch.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, Dwayne. Evan, first of all, just missed a home run. He caught that on the barrel, and by fractions of an inch, that ball, fly ball to left or in the stands. But this had B-ring written all over. You're just waiting for this thing to pinball around up there. Aoki, he's trying to find it. Does. He's no Tiger.
He caught it. Brad Miller slices out of play beyond the bullpen. Strike one. One. Houston defense in the outfield playing Miller a bit the other way. Rookie toward the line and Springer shaded toward left center. Reddick well off the right field line, and that one is foul. Back down toward the dugout, the end of the dugout. That's a base hit the other way. Well, they had to shift on in the infield. Only one man on the left side, and the outfield the other way for him. And he singles to the left side.
Tough pitch. Tough pitch on Brad Miller. And you see right here, lonely defender on the left side. Off speed, that little split down and away. And Brad Miller shortens the swing and says, you know what? You want to give me a tough pitch, but give me an open side of the field, I'll take my base hit.
Steven Souza Jr. up here. there's the breakout. These two teams are very shifty, aren't they?
You saw the Rays were +4. The Astros at -5.
But look at the total shifts.
Yeah, that's the game. And what we saw what the Rays are doing, more so than any other team in baseball against right-handed hitters, that's obviously added to their total.
Strike 2 to Souza Jr.
Well, right now the Astros have the shift on against the right-handed hitting Souza Jr. Well, there's a lot of people that would like to do away with the shift. Hitters being at the top of the list.
Yep.
But even people, just around the game, and quite frankly, I like it. I mean, it would be like telling in the NFL telling a defense you couldn't play a certain way. No, figure out a way to beat it.
Yeah, well, and there have been people who suggest, well, you just outlaw them. Well, you can't do that.
Right. You can do that in the Pro Bowl, not in real games.
Souza Jr. out on strikes. So the Rays settle for 1 run on the home run by Corey Dickerson. Deep out of here down the right field line. His 4th of the year, and the Rays lead at the end of 1-0. The Rays have a 1-0 lead for Alex Cobb, who goes back to the mound to work the second. And he faces Carlos Beltran, the designated hitter in the Houston lineup. First pitch, breaking ball, curveball, in for strike 1.
The Astros added some veteran ball players to this club to go along with all the youth, this being one of them, full-time DH.
1-1. There was a little criticism of, I think, the Houston club last year. They went 84-78, finished out of the wild card, and they dropped 7 of their last 10, played about 500 baseball for most of the second half, and there was a feeling that if they'd had a veteran presence, that might have been different. Well, this offseason, they certainly went out and added some veterans, and Beltran back in Houston, McCann.
What about Josh Reddick out in right field? I mean, they added some quality, there's no doubt.
Oh, a long one back into deep right center, and that's going to get out of here. The off-speed pitch, and Beltran hits his second home run of the year. That will tie the game. 5th home run given up by Cobb this year.
There's that split change, and it stays on the same plane, and Beltran recognizes it and then is able to get out and around that pitch and still drive it out deep into right center.
Bregman, the third baseman. Well, Beltran's in the top 50 all-time in home runs. He's 8 home runs behind Cal Ripken Jr., who's 48th. 2. It's 423 home runs for Beltran. Very close right there. It's 1-2. Goes to 2-2 right now.
Just challenged him with the fastball right there and able to drive that pitch right by Bregman. The Rays now move their defense even once again here with 2 strikes. Brad Miller moving a little bit more this way than where he was. You know, we see the outfielders from time to time pull something out of their pocket, you know, where they're going to be playing defensively. Rays infielders have to be on the ball because you may have the shift on against a certain hitter. You may be moving. When you get to 1 strike, we've seen it. We've seen 2 strikes, the shift changes. Now a heavy shade.
Ground ball, deep short, tough play. Beckham makes it. What a play by Tim Beckham. Headed for the hole to his right. Got it up and out and made an accurate throw in time to get Bregman. Boy, what a play by the Rays shortstop, Tim Beckham.
Well, he little jump here and gets rid of it. Look what he is able to get on the throw with accuracy. But the fact that he's in that position and launches that ball all the way over there on the fly in a perfect spot.
Strike to McCann.
Boy, that was a next level play. Just a great feel, body control to be able to make that throw when it looks like your body's out of control.
Well, here's a guy Cobb has had some trouble with. Brian McCann, 6 for 12 in his career against Alex with a couple of home runs. Another look at Beckham on that play.
That's impressive arm strength.
Shot toward right center. Kiermaier will go to the wall. He's going to leap, and he made that catch. How about that for Kevin Kiermaier? Timed that one perfectly. Went to the track, went to the wall, made the leap, and robs McCann.
Well, we've been waiting for this. Kevin Kiermaier, flair for the dramatic, tremendous athlete. Could not have timed that leap any better. At the apex.
Boy, look at Cobb. An appreciation of that catch. And I'm going to tell you, that was an outstanding catch. made almost routine by Kiermaier. I mean, that's an unbelievably athletic catch, but in routine fashion for him.
He does a great job of counting his steps when he can. You know, there are times where he's got to go full out and go make a play, and that's great. But when he's able to count his steps and then make the jump, very rarely do you see his timing off. And it's so smooth that it does look easy, and that's what the great ones do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We talked about Cabrera in the series with the Tigers,
yes.
how easy hitting looks for him. Defense the same way for Kiermaier. Two gone, bases empty in a 1-1 ball game. Ground ball, Beckham. A little more routine there. Two great defensive plays by the Rays in the second. It was Beckham who started it with his standing from the hole and short. Well, that's one. And if that's not enough, here's another one. Kiermaier robbing McCann. 1-1 tie. Of the second, Logan Morrison takes the first pitch for a strike. He'll be followed by Derek Norris and Shane Peterson against Mike Fiers. Fiers of no-hit fame, a no-hitter back in 2015, just his third start in a Houston uniform. It's a ball and 2 strikes.
It's a tough way to set the bar so early.
Yeah. Where do you go from there?
I mean, really.
Came over from Milwaukee in 2015. Going 5-9 with the Brewers. Shot toward right center field. That ball's got some carry, and that will get out of here. Line drive home run by Morrison. Well, in the early going, the ball flying out of here. Dickerson hit a leadoff homer in the first. Morrison a leadoff home run in the second.
Mike Fiers needs to be good with the command to have success. This is going to be a cutter. Sometimes it looks like a slider. Sometimes it looks like a cutter. Short little cutter side of the baseball, and it cuts right to the middle of the plate. Dwayne, once again, you're seeing the catcher, Brian McCann, reaching back across the plate, and that never typically works out for the pitcher.
Now a strike to Derek Norris. Well, this time it resulted in the 4th home run of the year by Logan Morrison.
He takes the team lead.
Which is wide.
Now, wait a minute. Now, Dickerson, is that 4 for Dickerson?
4. Yeah, he catches Dickerson.
He just refused to let one guy lead the way.
Towering foul ball, well out of play. 2 strikes. Souvenir. He was fired up.
Friday night. Who is it?
Everybody's fired up on Friday night.
God, you have
Been
to.
a long week.
Right.
Yeah.
Pull off a little steam, come to the game.
Montoya making a nice play and hands off a Souvenir. Think about that. There are 2 Souvenirs. 2 people work hard all week, come to the ballpark.
Early, too.
One at bat.
Yep.
A couple of Souvenirs already distributed. 1 and 2. Balls flying out of the park. Souvenirs there, too.
Think about that, making people happy all over.
Yeah.
And it's better than anything that you're going to buy. It's game used.
Oh, yeah. There's a story that goes with it.
Yeah.
Game used and a whole story to tell. It's headed towards center field. Springer cutting across, and he makes the catch. Springer catching up with that one. Boy, when that left the bat, you thought Norris was in there for sure. And Springer turns in a great catch for Houston.
I'm with you, Dwayne. That ball off the bat, I'm like, okay, extra bases. See if they're going to hold him to a double. Look at that ball. Hit hard. George Springer just continues to close ground. Couple of young athletic outfielders for the next 3 days we're going to see, apparently.
Yeah, proving that you can catch fly balls here.
Beginning to wonder.
Brent Strom out to have a chat with his pitcher. Brent Strom, the pitching coach. Here's Shane Peterson. Mean to hit that one. It's going to stay fair, and the throw to first. Oh, out the call. C.B. Buckner over at first base, and Kevin Cash wants to take a moment to make up his mind. I think he'd like them to take a look at that.
You know, C.B. Buckner's had a rough go of it here recently, and now he's at first base making a call and a bang play. And he got that one wrong too. And it's not really even close. Kind of close, but that's not going to take long. And like I said, he's had a bad run.
Well, he'll come down along with the crew chief there, Fielding Culberth, and put on the headsets. They'll take a look at it.
And I think that CB already knows what the verdict's going to be. This is that long walk of shame.
Looks a little curious down there.
And not very long.
Oh, brother.
It's confusing.
Well, yeah. So the Rays get a base hit out of that.
Good hustle there by Shane Peterson. A strong arm by Alex Bregman.
Yeah, Peterson had the curious look, you know.
Yes.
I mean, he was really, after that base hit, he was hustling down the line and thought he had beaten the play, and when he was out, the Rays have a base runner. Tim Beckham. Pitch is a strike. Bregman a pretty good job over at third to make it a play on the ball that just stayed fair.
And slowly hit, and it was right up the line, but the arm strength. We've seen a couple of great plays out in center field. We've seen some really strong arms on the left side of the infield for Beckham in the air and Bregman.
Close at first. I'll tell you, there's a lot going on here in the first couple of innings of this game.
But this actually,
play.
right, this resembles baseball. That was close.
Yeah,
caught that ball right on the back of Peterson, and he doesn't really have a big lead. Gets caught a little flat-footed, but he does get back in.
DJ Hinch was holding things up for a moment until they got another look, and he says, "Oh, we'll forget about that."
And then look at all the action for Buckner already.
Yeah.
And listen, like a player could go into a slump from time to time. It happens with an umpire too.
Hot shot to third, go back across the diamond, not in time. Well, Beckham hit that ball like a shot down to the third baseman Bregman. 2 outs.
Yeah, Mike Fiers right now not missing too many barrels. There have just been too many pitches that have caught too much plate. The Rays have jumped on him early with some hard hit balls. This one turns into an out, but you can't hit it much harder than that.
Corey Dickerson. You know, Beckham hit that shot caught by Bregman down there, and it was Bregman who hit that ball toward the hole that Beckham made that great play on. So, hey, top of the second, bottom of the second.
Everything's
all coming together.
It really is early.
Into the dirt. That one skips by McCann. And Peterson moves up to second base, where he will be in scoring position. Wild pitch.
Curveball just got yanked down and in, and McCann trying to make a backhand. That's a tough play to make from where he was set up. And how far that ball was in, it was in the other batter's box, about halfway. He's got a 2-out opportunity.
One, another big cut by Dickerson. He does not get cheated with that swing. Home runs on the year for the Rays leadoff man. And to wait on that slow curve, and that's a strike, 1 and 2.
That'll even things up for you if you're Mike Fiers. You need that something to get a little buckle in the Rays lineup, and 73-mile-an-hour hook worked well there.
Foul back to third. Chopper right side. Dickerson is out number 3. If the pitcher fires covering. Rays get a run on the Morrison home run and lead 2-1.
And welcome to Tropicana Field. I'm Todd Callis. Stay classy.
There he is.
Smooth sailing with Todd Callis.
That's one of my favorites right there.
Great moments. That's a pretty good one there too.
Riding the Tigers.
Yeah, they just had a moment here for Todd Callis on the scoreboard. And a nice welcome back to Todd Callis now over in the Astros TV booth. Well deserved. He's doing a great job over there, but that was to be expected.
He was priceless. He still is priceless, just not with us.
Yeah. Aoki fouls it back into the screen.
And a good sport.
Oh, the best.
I mean, that's what made it fun, is he had just as much fun as we did.
Absolutely. Well, almost as much.
There were a few times.
Here's Beckham back of second base over from short to take care of that. Aoki is out of there. Well, of course, as we mentioned on the pregame when we visited with Todd, it all began in Houston. His dad, Harry, was a member of their broadcast crew and broke in 1965. And there's young Todd. And there he is later on, that with Harry, his dad, in the booth in Philadelphia. Ground ball shortstop. Springer is out of there. Beckham's been busy, and he takes care of that ground ball. 2 gone. Look at that. They're running some of that in the Houston booth right now.
It's on a loop.
Yes. So we've spread that from Tampa Bay now to Houston. So that'll be in the archives over there. I'm sure he's very happy about that.
And there's more.
Oh,
that's
more to come.
There is
this
more.
Is just Friday night. We have a whole weekend. Josh Reddy on the pitch. There's a strike. Inside 1-1. Ball, 2 strikes. Base is empty, 2 gone. Beltran accounted for the Houston run with a home run in the second. Cobb facing Josh Reddick. Moves him back 2-2. Altuve is on deck. Look out. It's a foul ball into the screen. Two again. Another foul off to the third base side one more time. Run, 2 hits for Houston. The Rays have 2 runs, 4 hits. We're in the third. Roller to the right side. Miller up with it. And it's a 1-2-3 third inning for Alex Cobb. It's a Todd Callis weekend here. Houston in town.
Surprised that he finished that bludgeon.
Yeah.
The bludgeon of beat.
He did not go hungry that night. Thanks for the memories. Home run, a Morrison home run in the second. It's 2-1. Kevin Kiermaier to open the third, then Longoria and Miller against Mike Fiers. Upstairs, 1-0. Kiermaier, an RBI single and a home run, a long home run in the 7th inning of yesterday's victory over Detroit. Ball and a strike now. A double and a run scored and a run batted in the game Tuesday against Detroit, and was on 4 times in the Wednesday game. Included a bunt single, a double, another single and a walk, and 4 runs scored in that game. Rays won at 8-7. Two and two.
Yeah, you know what we've seen during that streak, and you hit on one of them, the bunt. You know, something that he's becoming better and better at. And also left center, left field, balls that are away. He's using the whole field. He's getting the the bunt, the occasional bunt down. It's going to help.
Ground ball by the mound. Correa over there to make the play. So that'll be the first out in the home half of the third. We haven't heard from Alex in a bit. Alex, how are you?
Doing well, thanks. How are you guys?
We're just fine, thank you.
Yeah, with the way the game is starting, right?
Yeah.
Well, Dwayne, today the Rays are honoring Jackie Robinson Day, and they're doing it by their own Breaking Barrier celebration. And today's celebration recognizes individuals who embrace the values that Jackie Robinson held in such high regard. During BP, the Rays players were wearing number 42 t-shirts to pay tribute to the Breaking Barrier celebration. Dwayne?
All right, thank you very much. Yep, we had the opportunity on the road to observe that day, and the Rays doing it here on this homestand, number 42. A 1-1 count to Evan Longoria. One. There's a drive back into left center field. That has carry and is out of here. Home run number 3 for Evan Longoria. The Rays' 3rd home run tonight.
Well, a case of Mike Fiers getting Evan Longoria looking down and in, and then supplying him with a pitch headed in that general direction. The split, no finish to it. Middle in. Evan with that uppercut swing. Barrel to baseball carry. The Rays are slugging here tonight.
Brad Miller. Too low. Dickerson, Morrison, and Longoria have all connected tonight. Big cut and a miss. Well, you go back into the game yesterday, the Rays have homered in 5 consecutive innings now. Kiermaier hit one in the 7th. Then Robertson and Souza in the 8th yesterday, en route to an 8-1 win. Dickerson in the 1st tonight, Morrison in the 2nd, and Longoria in the 3rd. Takes the count to 2-2. Piece of it foul. Daniel Robertson getting his first big league home run, and his quotes after the game were right in line with getting your first big league home run. I'm not sure he remembered circling the bases. He was happy that he didn't stumble and fall.
Isn't it
so elated.
Yeah, it's amazing the things that you think about or don't think about when something like this happens.
And there it is. The home run he hit yesterday to lead off the bottom of the 8th, and the silent treatment in the dugout, of course. Here's ball 4 drawn by Brad Miller. There it is. Nothing to see here. Nothing going on. First big league home run.
was checking the face of every one of the Rays along that railing, and boy, did they sell the silent treatment well. Everybody buying in, tradition. What a moment.
Steven Souza Jr. There goes Miller. Pitch is a ball to throw. He got in under there. That throw from McCann faded. And as Altuve caught that ball on the fade, and he's trying to make a case that he might have gotten Miller.
I think that, Dwayne, Altuve thinks that he caught that ball like right on the leg, right on the body.
And it was a pretty quick decision to have him take a look at it, see if he gets him in the foot. Yes, he did. He's going to be out. Got him on that back left foot before the hand got to the bag. Left my screen. I didn't see that one.
Yeah, if you can't see the entire play on the screen,
you got to go with what's on the field. No, did get that foot.
so the Astros challenge, and it's overturned. So the caught stealing with Altuve getting the put out.
Boy, some nifty glove work right there by Altuve on the wide throw, but doesn't give up on the play. Knows he's got to make the catch, but now he's thinking tag, and he catches the very last body part that he could.
Steven Souza Jr. fouls it back. Strike one.
I'll tell you what, though, whatever umpiring crew is in New York, they're firing these decisions off like right now.
Yeah. Souza lifts it into right. Here comes Reddick in a hurry. He trapped it on the short hop. And Souza Jr. is aboard. It's his first hit tonight.
Number 7, Logan Morrison.
With Josh Reddick all the way out.
And fortunate, too, that ball did end up in the glove. Didn't make the catch, but if that ball eludes the glove, the Rays are going to be going for extra bases there and have a runner in scoring position.
Well, that gives Souza a 5-game hitting streak. 9 of 19 right now. Which is down. Morrison fell behind in the second inning, but hit one out. One and one. Morrison home run. His home runs off Tanaka, Pineda, Porcello, and now Byers. Stays in. 2 and 1. Little tap down to third. Or first base, beg your pardon. Unassisted. Gurriel takes care of that. The Rays pick up a run on a home run, the third of the year by Evan Longoria. Rays leave a man, score one, and lead 3-1. Astros. Cobb against Fires, and the Rays have a 3-1 lead. All the scoring on home runs. The Rays have had 3 solo home runs, and Houston 1. Carlos Beltran hit the home run for Houston. He'll be hitting third in this inning. Altuve to lead it off, then Correa and Beltran. Altuve struck out on a breaking ball his first time. The 2 strikeouts posted by Cobb both came in the first inning. Foul ball on the check swing.
And the Rays offense added again. A run in each of the first 3 innings have given the Rays an early lead. Alex Cobb now looking to lock this Astro lineup down. He's going to cut through the heart of it, get some dangerous bats here.
One and one.
You know who Alex is facing in this inning and the timing, the 4th inning. This is one of those innings where if Alex can be efficient, have a quick 1-2-3 inning, you talk about building confidence in a pitcher. Knowing that you've gotten through 4, the heart of the order, the lead's held up. Maybe your offense gives you a couple more, the next half inning, but you really start to feel it if Alex can have a really good inning here.
Tap to third. Longoria, oh, that ball skips and it goes past Morrison. That was a tough hop coming in just to Longoria's right. And he tried to get rid of that ball in a hurry and skip the throw.
I'd like to see the grip on the baseball because you're right, Dwayne. It was a tricky hop, but Evan did a great job of positioning himself. Okay, boom. Now I got it. Now I make the throw. And I'm just not sure, everything was set up perfectly to make that play, and the throw just comes out low. He's got it. Just a hair out of sync, pulling the ball out of the glove, and you could see the frustration with Evan right there, knowing the ball was not going to be caught.
Second error of the year charged to Evan. Over to first, and they pick him off. How about that? Well, Cobb gets Evan off the hook. He picks off Jose Altuve.
Now the Astros, going to try to make something happen here. This team runs quite a bit. Big big lead for Altuve. And he got caught leaning with a big lead and no chance to get back to the bag. Oh boy, nice job, Alex. A good strong throw right above the bag. Easy for Morrison to handle, and you wipe him out.
Boy, that could be very big. Correa takes the ball all the way against this lineup because they have some pop in the lineup. You put a guy on base. Houston got a gift, and Cobb took it right away, picking him off. Two balls, no strikes. Skied the other way, out of play. 2-1. Tom made 15 pitches in the first inning, 18 in the second, had a 10-pitch inning in the third. One out, bases empty in the fourth. That caught the plate. 2-2. Beltran, who hit the home run in the second inning, is on deck. And a cut to miss, comes back with a strikeout. Well, he gets Correa for the second straight time.
Change. A little bit better on the finish. It started low, ended a little bit lower. Carlos Correa expanding that strike zone, and that's something that the Rays pitching staff knows that he will do. Took full advantage there.
Well, and Alex Cobb will take that as progress with the split. Headed in the right direction. Been a challenge early for him.
Just a constant search, and where it gets challenging is you're searching during games that count. I mean, this isn't spring training anymore, and so that's why you've seen him, start to search a little bit early. If the feel isn't quite there, he's not afraid to go to the curveball for a little while to buy himself some time and to buy opportunities to go to the split where he's not going to be hurt with it. Just adding some.
1. So how about that for a hair statement?
I used to, the one on the right-hand side, Yuli Gurriel's hair, I used to have that on top of my pencils in school.
Oh, yeah.
You took the pencils between your hand, it would look like that. There you go. Those were fun.
Yeah, you got to get a big cap to go over that. It's kind of a stovepipe cap.
Abe Lincoln down at first base.
High popper. Oh, now Norris tries to locate it. He could not find it. Cobb was trying to help him. And he comes up just short, Norris. And that will give Beltran another chance.
You've got the extra challenge here. This ball is not that high, and Derek Norris, he can't find it. He can't find it, has no idea where that ball is, and it makes its way down to the turf before he can get there.
So it's a foul ball, and Beltran's still up there. Alex Cobb trying to retire the side here. Oh, pretty close. He thought he had the strike zone there.
He did. He did. That's a good pitch. He started it in. That ball ran back. Definitely caught the plate. And right at the top of the zone. Man, that's a good pitch.
Wow. And a line drive and just out of the reach of Miller. How about that? You're trying to get the guy out for the third time in the same at bat, and you just miss getting him out that third time with the shift.
And Brad Miller just needed that extra inch of straightening in that left arm. He had a beat on it. Wouldn't have been an easy play, but that's why you have the shift on, to give him a little bit more range. It just ends up a little bit short on the reach and the ball off the end of the glove. He did just about everything that he could besides make that catch. Tough chance.
Bregman takes one. No, that's the thing about this game. You give a hitter an extra strike, you give him 2 extra strike, it's a problem. You give a team an extra out in an inning. If you don't get that third out, now you're going to try to get the 4th out. It makes such a difference. Want to know the count on Bregman? 2 balls, no strikes. Altuve reached on the air, and then Cobb picked him off. Second pickoff of the year by Cobb. The strikeout of Correa. Beltran got a couple extra chances and singled into right. Now it's 3-0 to Bregman. McCann is on deck. He's the guy who Kiermaier had to make the great catch on back in the 2nd inning and has had some success against Cobb. Bregman swinging 3-0, and he fouls it back. 3-1. Bregman, their third baseman, played a handful of games at short when Correa was sidelined earlier with a hand injury. Bregman back at third now with Correa back at short. That's a strike at the knees. Cobb has worked his way back from 3-0. It's 3-2.
Well, he changed the sights, got it lower in the zone, and now do you stick with the fastball here or do you go with the off speed? And if you go off speed, curveball changeup. See what Alex does. Coming in.
Ground ball headed toward the middle, threw into center. Beltran decides to go to third, and he turned second. Kind of a little low-key turn to second, and then turned it on and went to third.
I think Carlos Beltran, he was off and running, obviously, with a full count, and sees the ball go up the middle. Now you've got to make the decision. Are you going to challenge Kiermaier? And he decides right there, I think I can do it. And he was right on.
So now men at the corners for Brian McCann, and it is a big challenge right now for Cobb against McCann. McCann came into the game 6 of 12 in his career against Cobb with 2 home runs, and it took a great running catch, a leaping catch at the wall in the 2nd inning by Kiermaier to get McCann that time. Too low, ball, no strikes. Strike at the knees.
Brian McCann did not like that call. This ball ends up good curveball on the plate for a long time, but you see where Derek Norris catches it. That glove actually hits the dirt, and McCann's like, wait a minute. The pitch before was a ball. How was that a strike? Fox Tracks that loved them both.
an eye on Bregman. One and two. Cobb has worked his way into a good count here against McCann. Shot into right toward the corner. Scooped by Souza. Run is in. Bregman goes to third. Throw back to first. And McCann, who drives in the run, is back in there. And it's 3-2.
Dwayne, you mentioned it earlier in the inning. You give a team an extra out, an extra opportunity. And stuff like this seems to happen. Off speed all the way through that at bat until that fastball up and in, and McCann was still on it. Got it down into the corner. Good job by Souza Jr. to get down there, keep Bregman at third, and actually keep Brian McCann at first base.
Gurriel, the pitch is a strike. Well, how big is the pickoff now? Cobb has picked off a couple of pretty good base runners. He picked off Mookie Betts in Boston. And now Altuve here tonight. Hot shot through the left side out of the reach of Beckham. Bregman scores on the base hit by Gurriel, and that ties the game. 3-3 now. We're trying to get that extra out.
Yeah, I mean, you had the pop up behind the plate that Derek Norris just could not find a tough chance, especially because it wasn't hit that high. And then since then, it's been 4 straight hits, and the Astros played the tying run right there. He's still looking for a way to get out of this inning.
Chica Aoki up here now. Too wide. 7th man to bat in this inning. Houston with 2 runs home in the frame, tying the game at 3-3. Strike at the knees. It's 1-1. I'm keeping an eye on the base runners, stepping back.
You'll look for outs anyway. Sometimes you'll do that too because you maybe not set on the pitch that you want to deliver.
It's 1-2.
Yeah, you commit to something, you come set, and you're like, maybe not.
Yeah, you want to be sold on it.
Absolutely. You'd rather throw the wrong pitch with conviction than the right pitch and second guess it every time.
Extended inning now for Cobb, 30 pitches. And he gets Aoki there. He is out on strikes. 2 men left, but 2 runs scored. We go to the bottom of the 4th, tied 3-3. by your local Ford dealer. By Frontier Communications. Get Files TV, internet, and voice by Frontier today. By Jeep. Get great deals at the Jeep Spring Clearance event. And by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Rays and the Astros tonight, moving on to the bottom of the 4th inning. A lot of cheering for those two young men right there. Derek Norris will open the bottom of the 4th inning.
Covering all their bases. Times.
Up the right side toward the corner. That ball will be foul. Boy, for a moment it appeared he had an extra base hit. Just fouled for Derek Norris.
Boy, just slicing and floating. Foot and a half. That's where it kicks up.
Nice glove work there.
Saved mom. Want to knock over the goods? Or dad? Or brother?
One strike, the count. Shot to center field. Springer will go back, and he has room to make the catch.
Number 2, Shane Peterson.
Shane Peterson, he had an infield hit his first time. I don't know. Rays saw their 3-1 lead disappear in the top of the inning. Back 1-1 to count. Two and one. That's a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And a reach right there. Strikeout. Number 3 for Byers. Hey, don't let the Suns Rays keep you from seeing every Rays play this year. They take on the Astros Sunday. Kids 14 and under receive a pair of Blade sunglasses presented by Morgan Auto Group. So be a part of the action and call 888-FAN-RAYS. Visit RaysBaseball.com. Kind of like the look.
I like the fact that it makes me feel like I'm hiding right now. They're good glasses.
Now, you don't look anything like the guy you did just 5 minutes ago.
Was it
and
that
that's
long?
A good thing.
Was it that long?
It only seemed longer. Strike the
Make
count.
this night seem really long.
Beckham. Yeah. Just lay low for a while.
Well, the truck already told me I should probably sit the next couple of plays out.
These are pretty cool glasses, though.
I'm not taking them off.
Upstairs now, 1-2. shift on for Beckham, who hit the ball very hard on a line to third his first time. Two on the curveball low. Fires surviving 3 home runs through the first 3 innings, one by Dickerson, Corey Dickerson, who's on deck hoping to get a chance to bat here in the 4th. Give him a shot with a man on is the thinking. 2-2 to Beckham. Oh, strike 3 call. He's out of there. And the Rays are up and down 1-2-3. We go to the 5th. Tied. We go. The Houston Ball Club had some lean years, and with that came some pretty good picks, draft picks, and you can see a core part of their club coming out. Starting at 09, Dallas Keuchel in the 7th round, George Springer, Carlos Correa out of Puerto Rico, the 1st overall pick, Lance McCullers from Jesuit over in Tampa here, and then Alex Bregman, 2nd overall 2 years ago. So there's some pretty good young talent on this Houston club coming out of the draft.
Well, then you supplement it with the 3 guys we were talking about earlier: Reddick, McCann, Carlos Beltran. Bring in some veterans to go along with the youngsters, and I think they've got at least on the position player lineup side offensively, a very good mix of players.
Yeah, and I think as we touched on briefly earlier, they felt that was a significant ingredient that they needed to add, that veteran influence to help with some of these young players. Altuve is a great player. He's a great guy to have on the team. We talked about he's always a potential MVP guy. And you've got a young guy in Carlos Correa. They thought maybe there was a little too much weight on him in terms of the role that he was going to play on this team as a young player, a great talent. And so you've got some veterans to a little perspective on things. The key thing for them going forward is going to be starting pitching, and they're still in the market for a starting pitcher. I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah, I think they've got eyes on anybody that they think may be available, because that would be the one thing that holds this team back. Solid bullpen, a very good mix in the lineup. They've got power, they've got speed, different ways to beat you that way, but starting pitching, boy.
It'd be really interesting to watch them. You know, they're off to a great start. They're 11-5. Only the Orioles have a better winning percentage than Houston. Last year they struggled out of the gate some, but this year they've gotten off to a good start. They've added the veterans, and I think at some point they're going to have to get serious about adding an arm to the rotation. Big cut by Springer, and he fouls it back, so it's still 1-2. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. There's the American League East or American League West right now. Houston up by 3 on Oakland. They have not seen Texas yet. The Rangers off to a 6-10 start. And they figure, you know, that they're going to have some great head-to-head matchups.
Yep.
The Rangers and the Astros in the West.
You know, and you're kind of surprised that the Astros haven't gotten anything done on the starting pitching front. But then when you think about it, maybe not that surprised, because teams look at the Astros and they say, you are perfectly constructed, but you need another top-end arm. We know it. You know it. We want the farm.
Yeah.
And they, you know, they've just to this point have not been willing to give that up.
So it's a staring match right now.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Who blinks first? 2-2. And that's a difficult call to make. I mean, if you position yourself where you think another piece or two could be the difference between postseason and maybe winning the whole thing.
Yeah.
They've never won the whole thing in Houston in all those years. So how far do you go?
Well, this, you know, this discussion reminds me of when we were in Boston talking about Dave Dombrowski. And if he felt like he was a piece or two away,
let's go.
Prospects, go right ahead. I'm going to make a run at it. Because how many times do you have the opportunity, or do you feel like you have the mix to go if you could shore up one area with 1 or 2 pieces?
And we've just seen by his record, sure, I got some prospects, we got a couple pieces, let's make a deal.
That's it. That's the old school way of doing things.
Cutting them in, Springer out on strikes. And you know, that's interesting when you look at Boston, because they still want all the information they can get.
Yeah.
But with Dombrowski, they've kind of moved back. Let's take a look at this pitch here.
Best one of the night.
That's encouraging right there.
Best one maybe of the last start or two. That one had the finish. That's the one that wasn't just angling down, but staying in the zone and then bottoming out.
Yeah,
that's something to build off.
That is great. We feel very good about that one. So we had to stop for a moment, behold that there. You know, here's a strike to Reddy. But I think the Red Sox have veered back a little bit to what might be in the minds of some observers a little more traditional thinking in regard to that, but you still want as much information as you can, and that's why, you know, all of the metrics and all that has great value. I guess the question is it the be-all and end-all? And I would argue that you need more than information. You need to know how to use it, and there's a human element. Houston's done that, bringing some veterans in. I think you need that.
Seems to be tweaks every year to how the information is used. You know, I mean, how all that data is broken down and put into meaningful decisions. And I don't know if you'll ever master it. Get close.
Well, here's the issue. How much time? You have to make some decision at some point. Whatever you're doing, preparing for a broadcast, preparing to pitch. Every 4th, 5th day, you go to the mound. Potentially, you've got tons of information, but you could be overwhelmed by that information.
Right.
You've got to be able to glean through it and go, no, this is good, this is valuable. And a cut and a miss.
We're going to stop the conversation one more time.
Yes, we're loving what we're seeing here.
Because he just did it again.
Yeah, love that. So a couple of these here in the 5th inning. Boy, that is good news. Take a look at this.
Starts on the plate, starts to fade, sinks. Good action once again, and a great result.
Moving in the right direction. Yeah, point is, you just don't want to be overwhelmed by so much information. You're trying to sort through it. What's good, what's bad? How are you spending your time? Chop here by Altuve the other way to the first base side of second, and he's on with a 2-out single.
I guess that's how you're a career .311 hitter. You know, take your hit when you can. 2 outs, nobody on. Opportunity to steal a base. Brad Miller's right there. You've got the open right side. Oh, and by the way, you get a curveball breaking down and away, an easier pitch to go that way. I bet you he'll be a little tighter to first base right now, though.
Yep. It's a couple pretty good notches, Betts and Altuve on the Alex Cobb pickoff belt right now. Over to first, he got him again. He picks off Altuve for the second straight time.
Maybe not.
How about that? Picked him off in the fourth and picks him off in the fifth. 3-3 tie.
The bottom of the fifth inning, and I did not think that we would see a carbon copy, but look at this right here with Jose Altuve, the big lead right there. Alex catches him leaning the first time. Think he's going to do it again? Look at, he's going to break. Oh, caught him again. I mean, carbon copies of one another. Big lead, Altuve looking to go, and Cobb's quick pick gets him.
So Altuve been on base twice and picked off twice. And we go to the bottom of the fifth. A breaking ball in for a strike on Corey Dickerson.
You know, and what I expected to happen was Altuve, you know, smart player. And I'm thinking he's going to shorten up the lead. Now listen, a 2-out base hit, you think he may try to steal into scoring position. But he's going to give a pitch or two and try to give Alex Cobb the feeling that I've shortened up my lead and I'm not going anywhere. And then take full advantage, and maybe on pitch 2 or 3, now you go. He got that big lead once again. Alex probably looking over his shoulder like, oh, are we going to do this dance again? And he was going on first pitch.
Dickerson, after the high fastball there, is out on strikes. Fans should prepare for a stripe out Saturday when the Rays take on the Astros. First 15,000 fans receive a Chris Archer starting lineup figurine presented by Tampa General Hospital. Be a part of the action. Call 888-FAN-RAYS. Visit RaysBaseball.com. That ball's going to get through, and Kiermaier is aboard. So Kevin Kiermaier on the first pitch threads it through the right side.
You know, the reaction there of Gurriel, you wonder if this ground ball by Kiermaier caught the seam right there and stays down.
It absolutely did. Gurriel is expecting that ball to pop up. It doesn't. It stays down. He whiffs it, and that forces a late dive by Altuve. It wasn't the seam, but it certainly, you would expect that ball the way that it was chopped to come up a little bit. It didn't. It sneaks through, and Kiermaier's on.
Is Longoria. Having homered in the third. A courtesy toss by Fires. And again a move over there. Foul ball by Longoria, a strike. Longoria got ahead in the count in the third. Hit one out to left center, his third home run of the year.
It's a change up by Fires that just didn't have a whole lot of movement to it after he'd already got him looking in there. And Evan crushed that pitch.
Breaking ball there. Turns out to be a strike.
Good thing for the change of speed. 73 and Evans' timing just a little bit off because Fires hung that one.
Lease, the right-hander, up in the bullpen. One and two. Single run in the first on Dickerson's home run. Home run by Morrison in the second. Longoria's home run in the third. Houston got a run on a Beltran home run in the second. A couple of RBI singles from McCann and Gurriel in the fourth. 2-2. Stays in the curveball. 3-2.
Well, we haven't seen a lot, especially the right-handed hitters, of Fires pitches that are in and out of the zone quickly. And so Evans should get something to hit here or take a walk.
Runner goes, and the pitch tapped to the left side, charged by Correa. Throw to first is in time with Kiermaier moving into second. The Rays have a man in scoring position with 2 outs. Brad Miller's headed to the plate. Tonight's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean Chris Coors Light. Rays 8-2 at home and averaging almost 5.5 runs a game. 287 here.
And there's a lot of things that jump out. The errors, the bullpen has been great at home, struggled a little bit on the road. The runs per game, obviously offensively, getting the job done here at home. You know, it's such a small sample size that, you know, that's not going to be the way, obviously, that it turns out, but you certainly like to keep that home streak alive. Playing very well here. They look comfortable here. And you would love to make this place uncomfortable for the opposition, and you can do that. You know, you start to get some crowds here. You're playing inside, which is not the norm. The crowds get loud. They get into it. There's a buzz. You got a chance to make teams very uncomfortable.
It's a strike. It's 1-1. You know, lighting's pretty good in here, but there was always that first game into a series for a team playing at home and a visiting team coming in, where you figured the home team might have an advantage because there's an adjustment for a visiting team coming in, first game of a series, coming inside to play. 1-2. Rays with a man in scoring position now, but Miller down in the count. Rays 0 for 1 with men in scoring position in this game. All 3 of their runs coming on solo home runs. Two and two. Steven Souza Jr. hoping for a chance to hit here in the 5th inning. McCann's going to visit with his right-hander Fires. Astros have had some good road numbers in the early part of this year. 7-4 at home and 4-1 on the road, hitting over 300 in their 5 road games and averaging just under 7 runs per game. And to center field, Springer will let that one come right to him as he makes the catch. Rays leave a man. We go to the 6th. 3-3 tie.
Surprised his wife and daughter at the Trop. He was greeted by hugs, tears, and cheers. Phil had served overseas in Turkey before returning to surprise his family tonight. Dwayne B.A., what a special homecoming tonight for the Phil family. We're very grateful for his service.
Yeah, complete surprise. He was on the board with his message to his family, and lo and behold, here he is. These are great moments around the country in ballparks when that happens. Peter Borges in there in center field. Placing Kevin Kiermaier, so we'll see what we can find out about that. Correa chops first pitch to short. Beckham's throw. So Correa's out for the third time. Take a look at Kevin Kiermaier, who was on base in the bottom of the fifth. Pulled up a little bit there. Charlie Montoyo in to talk with him, and it's Peter Borges now in center field. Carlos Beltran. Strike. Roller. Here's Beckham on the right side of second. Two gone.
Can't hide back. Wherever he's moving, ball's finding him this inning.
Third baseman, Alex Bregman.
Another look at Kiermaier. See what we can pick up.
Doesn't look comfortable, but you really can't put your finger on it either.
Alex Bregman. First pitch strike. Two. Bregman, 23 years old. Jimmy Farquhar is still up in the bullpen. Cobb in the mid-90s in pitch count. Strike on the outside corner. Fastball gets him looking. Bottom of the sixth coming up. 3-3 tie. And Corey Dickerson homered, his fourth of the year. Logan Morrison broke a 1-1 tie. Beltran had homered in the second to tie it. And then Morrison in the bottom of the second hit his fourth home run of the year. Evan Longoria belted a leadoff home run in the third. 3 solo homers in the first 3 innings for the Rays. But in the fourth, Brian McCann singled home a run, scoring Beltran. Gurriel singled home Bregman. That tied the game, and we are tied moving into the bottom of the sixth, 3-3. Michael Feliz, right-hander out of the Dominican Republic, on now. with Steven Souza Jr. leading off. Chopper to the shortstop. Correa gloves and throws. Souza Jr. The first out, 1 pitch, 1 out. 5 innings for Fiers. 3 runs, 7 hits. That's runs on 3 home runs. A little wild pitch. He walked 1. Struck out 5.
Boy, truly taking the surviving by giving up solo home runs to the extreme. I mean, 3 runs in the 5 innings, all, like you said, Dwayne, solo shots. Recovered nicely the last couple of innings. Both him and Alex Cobb have settled in. Now he's out. The right-hander Felice in. Fastball, slider, and changeup is what he will feature.
That's in there for strikeout 2. He is very heavy on the fastball slider. That relief roll.
And you would be too, Dwayne, at 97.
Yes.
A little bit of a different look than Mike Fiers gave the Rays.
Lifts it into center field. Springer is there and makes the catch. Springer has gotten a good read on a couple of these fly balls. Quick to react. Let's check in with Alex for an update. Alex?
Hey, Dwayne. Well, Kevin Kiermaier left the game because he wasn't feeling too well. He said his stomach was kind of hurting. He was feeling a little woozy, so just needed to step out of this one. But nothing too heavy for a cause for concern.
Well, the initial reaction to that would be good, although, I mean, you hate to see him leave any game. When you hear that as opposed to something structural. 1-0 the count to Derek Norris.
I feel better about my rather, at the time, vanilla, borderline, not so good assessment. Looks uncomfortable. Can't quite put your finger on it.
Yeah, pretty good.
That's about right.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a good read.
Well, it wasn't much of a read. That's the old blind squirrel deal. Every now and then.
On the corner, it's 2-1. Oh, a low liner grabbed by Gurriel just off the dirt, and that retires the side. We go to the 7th, 3-3. dealers. By Jeep. Get great deals at the Jeep Spring Clearance event. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Rays playing host to the Astros at Tropicana Field. Last couple innings have been very encouraging from Alex Cobb. Starting to see some action on his pitches, especially the split.
We've seen a couple of those put away splits that had the good action at the end. Starting to get that fade and that sink back, which is what Alex Cobb is desperately searching for. But on top of that, we've seen more confidence in the way that he's letting the fastball go, and the curveball's still been sharp. So building a nice, strong outing here, and obviously, I'm sure helping out with his confidence.
Brian McCann will open the 7th inning for Houston. Gurriel and then Aoki to follow. Ball and no strikes. Two and 0. That one skips by the mitt of Morrison, through into right. So McCann has his second hit of the night. Well, the big story in baseball, and it's not good for the Giants. Madison Bumgarner on the disabled list. Injuries to his ribs and his left shoulder in that dirt bike accident. They're saying 6 to 8 weeks. And boy, when you get into that kind of accident with the injuries where they are, 6 to 8 weeks, they might be very fortunate if that turns out to be the case. It's not good news for the Giants.
No, on so many different levels.
Gurriel, that one is over Peterson's head, going to be off the wall. Over to third goes McCann, and suddenly the Astros have a major threat underway here. Well, that ball on a line, and Peterson found himself in some trouble out there.
Yeah, it looked like that ball sailed a little bit. You see Peterson trying to get a read on it, and at the very end, just going for that leap and almost leapt a little bit too soon. You see he's on his way down as the ball's passing over the glove. That seemed to be, out of rhythm from the very beginning, and it leads to a double, and it leads to obviously a big situation. The Rays are going to move that infield in a little bit, not all the way, but they're closing.
Aoki will be the hitter. Goes as a 2-base hit for Gurriel. This one is lifted down the left side, and that's going to be out of play. Jumbo Diaz will join Danny Farquhar in the Rays bullpen. Farquhar sufficiently loose. He's been up before, and Diaz just about there. One and one. The Rays are the infield up. Aoki tends to be an aggressive hitter up there. Lift the ball, but he's mostly a ground ball guy.
Yeah, he likes to hit off that front foot, just kind of spray the ball around, try to find open holes. Love to get a ground ball here and cut the run off at the plate. Nice block, Derek Norris.
2 balls and a strike.
Get that glove around and slide the body over, keep it in front.
This is upstairs, and it's 3-1. Aoki not so aggressive right now. He's pretty patient with these pitches. 3-1 count. And ball 4. So the bases will be loaded, and we'll go to the top of the lineup. Nobody out, bases loaded. Kevin Cash heads to the mound, back with a new pitcher in a moment. By your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. By Jeep. Get great deals at the Jeep Spring Clearance event. And by Pinch a Penny, the perfect people for a perfect pool. Alex Cobb leaves this game after 6 innings plus 3 hitters, making 104 pitches tonight.
He's going to need some help here from the Rays bullpen. Alex Cobb did a lot of good things in this ball game, but the Astros able to push him a little bit here in the 7th, and up to Jumbo Diaz to try to find some way to wiggle out of this bases loaded, nobody out jam. Oh, by the way, top of the order.
George Springer. Ground ball, third. Longoria bobbles it. He'll get the out at third. Coming up, ready to make a play at the plate, and just could not find the handle on it. McCann scores, and it's 4-3 Houston.
Oh boy, what a break for the Astros, because that was tailor-made. Evan Longoria trying to get that ball out of the glove, get the double play, home to first, and as he tries to pull it out of there, it just comes out a little sloppy. And now the only play that he can make is right there at third base.
Springer gets a run batted in, reaching on a fielder's choice.
Your attention, please. It's running for Aoki. Number 6, Jake Marisnik.
Jake Marisnik will run now. Our pinch a penny pinch runner for Houston. pitch is low to Reddick. So McCann has scored. Aoki lifted for the runner. Springer's at first. Popped up third base side. Longoria in foul territory makes the catch. 2 gone. Two outs in a 4-3 ball game as Reddick fouls out.
Number 27, Jose Altuve.
And Jose Altuve, who has reached twice, once on an error, once on a base hit, only to have Alex Cobb pick him off twice. So officially he is 1 for 3 tonight. Strike. Well, Diaz has come in and gotten exactly what he wanted, a ground ball and a pop-up. And 99.9% of the time he would be out of the inning.
No question about it. It's just that little bit of a rush to try to get that double play started.
Ground ball back to the hill. Go halfway and then make that little toss to first. Houston settles for 1. They lead 2. 7th inning stretch time. 4-3 Houston. Tampa Bay Rays baseball presented by Jeep. We're in the middle of the 7th inning. Opening game of this 3-game series between the Rays and the Astros. Houston with a run in the 7th to make it 4-3. Dickerson, Morrison, and Longoria have all homered for the Rays. Beltran with a couple of hits, including a solo home run. He scored 2 runs. And the go-ahead run scored on what turned out to be a fielder's choice ground ball in the top of the 7th on what the Rays had anticipated might be a double play ball. Didn't turn out that way. And so we go to the bottom of the 7th in a 1-run contest. Fires work the front 5. Cobb working the front 6+.
Yeah, and the Rays, there have been some good defense behind Alex Cobb. That play by Tim Beckham, just outstanding. Of course, Kevin Kiermaier making that look, like you said, Dwayne, earlier, routine. Perfectly timed on the leap, and that catch up against the wall. And then how about Alex Cobb? The pickoff of Jose Altuve twice, and almost carbon copies of each other. Got him leaning, picked him off, and then here's a play right here. Evan Longoria trying to look for that double play home first. Ball comes loose coming out of the glove. Can only get the one out. Hey, fortunately, the Rays only held him to 1 run. That could have been a lot worse. That's where we stand right now.
Peterson, Beckham, and Dickerson due up for the Rays against right-hander Will Harris. 1-0 with a 0 earned run average through 6 2/3. Resnick now to play center field. Springer goes to right. Reddick in left. Peterson 1 out of 2 tonight. Pitch is upstairs. The Rays will have 3 shots at the Houston bullpen. Ground ball to first, and that's the first out. Gurriel handles it unassisted. It's Tim Beckham. He'll face the 32-year-old right-hander. Harris made the All-Star team last year out of the Houston bullpen with a very good first half. And a liner into left field. That's going to be in there. Will one-hop the wall. Reddick does a nice job of playing the carom, and they'll hold Beckham to a single.
Boy, how about that? What a play by Josh Reddick to keep Beckham. Boy, off the bat, you're like, that's a double, no question about it. Will Harris, the cutter, it stays middle in. That ball gets roped.
Number 10, Corey Dickerson.
Well, just a slight hesitation getting out of the box, too. That didn't help.
That Harris cutter in the second half last year was a little more hittable. Hasn't necessarily been that way so far in the early part of this year, but Beckham's aboard, and here is Corey Dickerson. Dickerson with a home run, moved to first. Beckham back in. He's worked 1 inning. He has become the pitcher of record for Houston. Fiers worked 5, Cobb 6+. One and one. 2 balls and a strike. Two.
Good breaking ball there by Harris. That's what he has been known to feature. Cutter curveball.
First, back in, head first, Beckham. Well, the Rays have done a lot of their scoring early this year, and that's been the case again tonight. 3 solo home runs in the first, second, and third innings. They're going to need something late tonight. Down by a run right now in the 7th inning.
Full count, runner on first. Corey Dickerson's been swinging the bat very well. You know, that top half of the inning could have been much worse.
You're right about that.
So you're thankful you're just down a run. This offense, plenty of firepower to come back. Right now, the highest scoring team, or scored the most runs in the American League thus far, the Rays.
Beckham's gone. The pitch lifted into center field. Maristic there to make the catch, and Beckham's going to have to head back to first.
And right there is the design of the cutter. Take that swing of Corey Dickerson, looked to be on that pitch, but just that little cutting action takes it from barrel in a couple of inches, takes the sting out of the baseball, and becomes just a regular routine fly ball to center.
Styling and profiling, the Rays have the coolest set of shades for any kid when the Rays take on the Astros Sunday. Kids 14 and under receive the Blade sunglasses presented by Morgan Auto Group. Be a part of the action. Call 888-FAN-RAYS. Visit RaysBaseball.com. Rays up. Peter Borgios, who entered the game in center in the 6th, makes his first plate appearance in the 7th. Goria on deck. One. Harris spent some time with Colorado and Arizona, and the Astros claimed him on waivers, and just a couple of years ago and last year he wound up making the All-Star team. It's the curveball.
And it's a hard curveball. You know, 81 miles an hour. It's got sharp break. Nothing straight.
This is low, covered up by McCann. 2-2. Back in. The Rays left a single runner aboard in each of the first 3 when they scored on solo home runs. Kiermaier was stranded in the 5th, left the game, and now Borges hits in his place. Beckham at first, 2 outs in the 7th. Again to first. Beckham's back in. Ground ball, right side. Altuve comes up with it and makes the play. Altuve closed that gap on the right side, and Borges grounds out to retire the Rays in the 7th. They pick up a hit, do not score, and leave a man. We go to the 8th, 4-3 Houston. Coming up tomorrow on Rays Live, the pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Alex Cordry will be along with part 3 of Taste of the Trop, and we'll get a closer look at Corey Dickerson in that feature on the Rays DH left fielder. Carlos Correa will open the 8th inning here. Before he could look at the first pitch, a ball loose from the Houston bullpen. It's Luke Gregerson. He throws a lot of ground balls. Threw one all the way to home plate there from the bullpen. It's Correa taking the pitch low and outside, 1-0. A couple of strikeouts tonight for the young Houston shortstop. He also is grounded to short. Jumbo Diaz, a great job in the 7th, opens the 8th and picks up a strike. It's 1-1. Nice slider. 1-2.
Rays big on that pitch. Jumbo Diaz has a good one. He's also got a lot of velocity on the fastball, and when it's harnessed, he is tough to deal with. Not to mention, big man coming downhill.
And Diaz has made some good pitches in this outing tonight. He's been right on.
You come into really the toughest situation that you can. You know, you're at the top of a very dangerous lineup. The bases are loaded, and there is nobody out. And really, if everything goes as you hoped and thought it would, he would have got out of that inning unscathed.
Yeah, he threw the double play ball and then got the pop up, so it'd be perfect. Finished it off with a little comebacker. Working to Correa, Beltran next, then Bregman. It's 2-2. They're just trying to hold Houston right here. They have 2 shots left. Danny Farquhar is up in that bullpen again. Three and two. That's upstairs. Correa works Diaz for a walk. Tonight's Unlimited Baseball Break brought to you by T-Mobile, and Carlos Beltran, the featured performer, came up as the American League Rookie of the Year for the Kansas City Royals in 1999. Gone on to make 9 All-Star teams. He's won 3 Gold Gloves, a couple Silver Slugger awards. Back in Houston. Takes a strike. He was part of the move to add some veterans to this Houston club. Beltran homered to right center in the second inning. Fouls it back. His 300th career home run as a left-handed hitter. He also has 129 as a right-handed hitter. That opened the scoring for Houston. A leadoff home run in the second. He also scored a run in the fourth. Two strikes the count. Gets a little bit of that 97-mile-per-hour fastball and fouls it back.
And Jumbo wanted that pitch up just a little bit more to try to sneak it over the swing of Beltran. Go right back up. See the way that Derek Norris setting up there is showing Jumbo Diaz, I want it up here. See if they stick with it after the throw over. Maybe all by design. Now we're going to go a little slide ball down and in.
And it's 1-2.
Let your
trickery.
You know, I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
You let your catcher sit up there and let everybody know, hey, we're going fastball up. Oh, there's a throw over. And now all of a sudden we flip the script. Those were the fun, almost behind the scenes things that happen that a lot of people don't catch. Or don't even think about it.
2-2.
Any way to get an advantage, tight game late.
A little misdirection.
It's like running the option.
Chicanery.
Anything to get the out.
A 2-2 count. And again a move to first. Yes. Trying to work around a leadoff walk. Beltran waiting, and he is out on strikes. Finally got him with a slider. Swings over it. And that's the first out in the 8th.
Good one here by Jumbo.
Number 2, Alex Bregman.
Closes out the at-bat.
Brings up the young infielder Alex Bregman, who is 1 for 3 with a run scored tonight. Strike. Two. Back up there. Bregman out of LSU. Pitch is low, 1-2 now.
Astros expecting Bregman to really develop into a difference maker in this lineup out in the field. Get an opportunity to be a part of this young core.
Toss over there. The base runner is Correa. He opened the inning with a walk. Down to third, Longoria out at second, over to first, out there as well. 5-4-3 on the double play. We're headed into the bottom of the 8th. Rays down by a run with Evan Longoria, Brad Miller, and Steven Souza Jr. due up. The 8th inning with Evan Longoria about to lead it off. Fans prepare for a stripe out Saturday when the Rays take on the Astros. First 15,000 fans receive the Chris Archer starting lineup figurine presented by Tampa General Hospital. Be a part of the action. Call 888-FAN-RAYS. Visit RaysBaseball.com. Rays up. Evan Longoria will lead it off. He'll be facing Luke Gregerson.
Gregerson on for the 9th time. That ERA 7.36, 7 1/3 innings of work.
homered in the third. All the production for the Rays came on solo home runs, all against the starter, Mike Byers. Well, you see those pitches from Gregerson, and that's where he lives.
Yeah. He stays nice and tall over the rubber, a lot of arm action out in front and finish, and he wants to get that sinker down, sinker slider to the righties, beat the ball into the ground. That's what he would like the opposition to do.
And now strike three call. 3 pitches, and Evan is out number 1.
Evan trying to protect there on chasing another sinker below the zone, and Gregerson leaves that one up. Now when he leaves it up, there's not as much sink, but it stays in the zone and it locks up Evan.
One gone. Brad Miller. And Miller right back to the hill. Grabbed by Gregerson. Sharply hit. So 2 up and 2 down.
Right fielder, number 20, Steven Souza Jr.
Steven Souza Jr. He had a base hit in the third. Want to know? Here's the thing about Gregerson. You don't necessarily think of him this way, but he led the major leagues in swing and miss percentage last year.
No.
How about that?
He would have been down on the list.
High fly ball, right field. Springer makes the catch. 1, 2, 3, go the Rays, and we head into the 8th, 4-3, Houston. Sharp go head-to-head on the day's hottest sports topics. Undisputed with Skip and Shannon. Weekdays from 9:30 a.m. to noon Eastern, only on FS1. Well, Danny Farquhar, he's been a busy man already. He was up in the bullpen the last 2 or 3 innings. And he finally gets into this game, making his 9th appearance.
Well, you're thinking scoreless inning here. Rays one more shot. Danny Farquhar, I'll tell you, when he's got that changeup working, he is tough to hit. Kevin Cash considers him like his second lefty because of that pitch and the action it gets.
He faces the left-handed batter, Brian McCann, and he's going to bunt against the shift, and Longoria cannot make the pickup. Longoria trying to scoop it.
Yeah, and you know, for Evan Longoria, it's been one of those nights. You remember the chopper early in the game where he positioned himself perfectly for the backhand hop, but the low throw, then the ball popping out with the bases loaded, and then now trying to make this play and just comes in, and that ball misses the pocket. Let's see what happens here. That's, yeah, just off the fingers side of the glove. Would have had a real good chance to make that play.
Gurriel with a popper, long run by Souza Jr., and he just can't get there. Well, he was swung way over toward right center, had to cover a lot of ground and could not get there. Houston took the lead with a run in the 7th inning. Rays led 1-0, 2-1, 3-1. Houston tied it with 2 in the 4th. Took the lead in the 7th. That one hit a ton down the left field line, but foul. Strikes. McCann retracing his steps and heading back to first base. Giles, a hard throwing right-hander, up in the bullpen. Good cut. Gurriel fouls it back. Shot into left. Peterson back to the wall. That's off the top of the wall. Borges will have to come over to play the carom. It's going to be a double. Houston putting men at second and third.
Gurriel had a shot that went just foul, would have been a home run. This one looked like it might be off the bat. Fastball meant to be away. It's middle. Gets some backspin, got pretty good carry here, and almost got it out of here. Line drive, well hit. Ooh, right off that fencing, above the padded part of the wall.
So Mareshnik will hit after entering the game in center field. Entered as a pinch runner in the 7th. Moved into center. Fastball ties him up inside, strike one. Well, a tough spot here as the Rays try to keep the deficit at only 1. 2.
Yeah, and I wouldn't stray too far from what Farquhar is doing right here. Completely overmatching Mareshnik with the fastballs up and in.
Still 2 strikes. Houston 2 for 9 with men in scoring position tonight. The Rays have had only 2 opportunities, 0 for 2 with men in scoring position. Mareshnik is out on strikes.
That's 9 strikeouts tonight for Rays pitchers.
Farquhar gets the first out.
Does it with very little drama. Well, he just came in pumping fastballs against Mareshnik. This time he gets it out middle away. Up just enough.
Springer is 1 for 4. He got credit for a run batted in on the ground ball to third in the 7th. Doubled in the first, his second double of the year. He has 7 home runs. To catch up to that one, and it's 1-1.
That swing got big, it got long, and that 94-mile-an-hour fastball just completely overmatched Springer there. Farquhar has picked it up here a notch, trying to get out of this jam. Can't afford to give this Houston Astro team any more runs.
2-1. And another big cut. That one off speed.
The fastball's up, the changeup down. Got a chance here to put away Springer. Big swings. Danny Farquhar staying focused, one pitch at a time.
Long one, foul. They made contact there, but out in front.
Changeup down. Danny Farquhar's got a good one. Just showed it 2 pitches ago. I'd go right back to it here.
Two, and he lays off. He went back to it. Full count now.
We say this all the time, but it bears repeating. 2 things have to happen. You know, you can have the right idea, got to execute the pitch. Right idea. I like the pitch selection there by Farquhar, but it just came out of the hand low and gave Springer a chance to take it.
The pitch inside. And Springer walks. And the bases are loaded for Reddick.
Well, I again like the pitch. You know, you get to a 2-2 count, and Danny Farquhar, I think, sold out and said, I'm giving myself 2 chances with the changeup. I'm going to get him on one of them. Didn't get him on the first one, comes back with this one, and it just stays in the entire way, and that's why Springer's able to take it.
So here is Reddick, now in left field, batting with the bases loaded. Sends one deep to center field. Borges goes all the way to the wall for this one, making the catch. A tag at third. McCann will score. Advancing to third, Gurriel. Houston picks up another run on a sacrifice fly to center.
Second baseman, Jose Altuve.
Didn't sound good. Borges able to run it down though. Wow, right there at 404.
Borges made a fine catch on that one. But in front of the wall, and the other run is scored. It's a 2-run game. Reddick picking up his 5th run batted in this year. First and third, 2 outs, and here's Jose Altuve. This one skips by Norris, and the run will score from third. Gurriel scores, and now it's a 3-run deficit. Wild pitch allows the run to score.
Breaking ball, Norris sliding out, and look how it just sneaks through. Sneaks right under the right elbow and gets by Derek Norris.
Springer's at second now with 2 runs home in the ninth. And this one gets nowhere. It's a foul ball. That one got him pretty good.
Boy, off the left arm and the mask.
Paul Harker out there from the Rays training staff. We got him on that arm, and then a direct shot off the arm to the mask. Sucre, Rays backup catcher in the dugout, giving Norris a little time for see if things subside and feel a little better. And apparently he's going to be all right. McCann and Gurriel have scored. 2 outs. Springer is the runner in second. We'll be with you tomorrow at 5:30. The Rays and the Astros on Fox Sports Sun. The middle game of this 3-game series and game 5 of the 6-game homestand. Altuve at the plate with a count of 1-1. Hunter takes off for third, and the pitch is foul. Blake Snell will pitch tomorrow for the Rays against Charlie Morton. Foul back. 1-2.
Altuve's got a quick bat.
Quick,
A powerful swing, quick bat.
You know, you think about him. He doesn't give you a lot of strike zone to shoot for, and you talk about protecting a strike zone and going after it. He's strong. He's quick.
Yeah. I mean, all the above.
Yeah.
And
2-2.
You know, he's one of those hitters where you've got to switch up your sequencing. You know, your idea on how to get him out. It's got to change as the game moves forward, because if you stay in on him, he's going to turn and burn. And his power numbers have gone way up the last couple of years. If you stay exclusively away, he'll wear you out to right field. You got to move the ball around. You've got to change speeds. You've got to at times make him uncomfortable.
And what you're describing there is you have to be a good pitcher to get him out.
Yes.
Because if you can do all those things,
yes,
you're a pretty good pitcher.
Right.
So you'd better be good when you're facing this guy, because he's going to make you be good or pay the price.
Yeah. And you know, he can wait on the ball for a long time because of, you know, the ability to use the other side of the field and his quick hands. Danny Farquhar, look where he's going with the pitches, all over the place. That's about right.
Yep.
Can't stay in one area for very long. Bat is as big as he is.
And look at this. That ball, just foul. Boy, it appeared that he might drop that one fair and get another run home.
C.B. Buckner being tested here tonight early and late. Oh,
right on top of that one.
Yes, he was. said in the open that he is dangerous foul line to foul line. We're not kidding.
So it's 2-2 the count to Altuve. And in. Count is full. Six-3 ball game right now. Now backs on extended at bat. Here he is, 9 pitches in. We're up to 26 pitches. Ground ball short. Oh, what a battle that turned out to be. And Beckham throws out Altuve. Houston adding a couple. It's a 3-run deficit. Morrison, Norris, and Peterson due for the Rays. Alex Cobb and Mike Fiers started this game for Houston. Pitcher number 5 on the evening. Ken Giles comes on, making his 8th appearance. 0-1 with a .643 earned run average. 3-3 in the save department.
Great stuff. Command can be an issue from time to time.
Logan Morrison leads off for the Rays against the hard-throwing right-hander. The pitch is a ball.
Well, that's what you're hoping for here. Allow Ken Giles to help provide an opportunity, and then you capitalize. Down by 3, got some work to do.
Down 2-0 Giles. Couple of years with the Phillies. Last year, his first year in Houston. 15 saves last year in 69 games. .411 earned run average. High towering fly ball, not too deep to center. And that is out number 1. Well, coming up on Rays Live, the post game presented by W.B. Mason. Rich and Doug will be along. They'll break down these Houston veteran bats. We'll hear from Kevin Cash, the Rays manager, and Alex Cordry will feature interviews from the clubhouse. Norris 0 for 3 tonight. A couple of line drive outs. There's a strike. The Rays have been out hit 11-8 in this game, and they trail by 3 as well. 6-3. Two, that one just disappeared on Norris. When Giles is right, that slider has late bite on it, as that one did. One and two. Rays need a couple base runners. Giles fights this one off and fouls it. Play. Giles out of New Mexico. He strikes on Norris. Use the slider to finish him off. 2 up and 2 down.
You're going to see that late bite, Dwayne, that you're talking about. Get out in front. When you're throwing 97, 98, and you get out in front over top of that baseball, that break is going to be sharp. Takes that one down to the dirt and picks up out number 2.
Shane Peterson had a base hit back in the second. 1 for 3 tonight. And misses the fastball, and there's that 97-mile-per-hour fastball. Chopper down to first, foul. 0-2. Tim Beckham hoping he can get a chance to hit one more time tonight. Peterson behind 2 strikes. Rays utilized 3 pitchers tonight. Alex Cobb 6 innings plus. Diaz a couple, and 1 inning for Farquhar. And a cut and a miss. Peterson is out on strikes. And this game goes into the books. as a 6-3 Houston win over the Rays. Feliz will get the win, Cobb the loss. For Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats, hope you've enjoyed the telecast, if not the outcome. Rays Live, the postgame, presented by WB Mason, will come your way next. Houston 6, the Rays 3.